almost a blue, and make the background a bit darker. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. So says Elvis. Such an icon. Right now I'm just working on making the background a bit darker by adding mixtures of blue and red and purple and pink. Well, I guess the blue and the red and the pink with all those colors kind of combined just make purple. So, yeah. That goes without saying. Painting actually has quite a ways to go. I tend to work general to specific, so the whole painting develops at once rather than just one part of the painting. Usually what happens is it feels like it's never gonna look any better, and then all of a sudden, boom, it looks good. After I work on it, of course. So right now, other than just filling the background in, I'm going to be focusing on adding just depth and contrast mainly. What do you think of my skirt? It's cute, right? It's so hot outside. Like, I wish I could just be naked. Earlier this week I went to a Renaissance play outside in the Commons. It was so great. It's so funny to hear them speak. It was Shakespeare. The Winter's Tale. That's what it was. It was really fun. I felt very fancy being there. I got VIP seats and I got to go to a little pre-party and stuff. It was cool. Or a mixer, I guess. And I'm doing another one of those types of things tomorrow. I'm actually going to Cirque du Soleil for free in exchange for promotion, and I'll get to get VIP seats. I'm really excited. Okay. And I think I actually get to, what is it? Oh, I I get to take pictures with the Cirque du Soleil people, which is mind-blowing. I'm obsessed with Cirque du Soleil. Have you seen it? So I went last month to a Cirque du Soleil thing in Vegas, actually, and I was thinking to myself, like, oh my gosh, I really wish I could go to more of these. And lo and behold, the opportunity presents itself, which I always give credit to myself for manifesting. I'm gonna work on the eyes and just the facial features, but first the eyes. I'm zooming in. Zooming in. Let's zoom into this eye. And when you move to a smaller space on that painting, just move to a smaller brush. Okay? Does that work for you? Are you painting along? I hope you are, because it helps to kind of paint with other people and surround yourself with other artists. You would be surprised all the things you can learn just by making art with other people. So honestly, that was a huge part of my college experience, was just learning from the other students. And in the little art camps I went to in high school. Okay, hang on. I needed a different color, black. So this skirt I actually got at a Tibetan store in my town. It's handmade by Tibetan ladies. And it has little jingles on it. And I like the bottom of it especially, which you can't really see. But yeah, I love skirts. I couldn't decide what to wear today. It was between this outfit and another little cute outfit that I have. Just working on deepening the contrast in the eye to start by adding black. You gotta be careful with black. It can really kill the color if you don't use it right. However, I will say I've been making a lot of art at my house lately because it's been so warm, which is such studio art life problems. But it's okay. I don't mind. Making subtle, gradual shifts in the tonality is really what is gonna make it pop. I think my best advice is to really just take your time with the painting. I was working on one of my paintings, and then I was working on the Mother Mary painting, and then I moved over to this one to get a break from that one, which I'm happy I did, because I needed a fresh perspective on the Mother Mary. I could tell I was overthinking it. And here we are. I guess that's technically the definition of working on multiple paintings at once. A lot of artists what I'll say is a lot of my art teachers in the past always encouraged working on multiple artworks and paintings at once because they inform each other. So you may be a bit stumped, uninspired, and then you work on something else and you come back to it with a new sense of clarity and direction that was gained through the other work of art. So don't be afraid to take a break from what you're working on. Move on to something else for a little bit. It's not a rush or a race on who can get their painting done the quickest, although I will say when you're working on your painting, there's often a sense of urgency to get it done, you know? So I mean, the urgency is good at times, that sense of urgency of like, oh, I gotta get this done, that feeling. A lot of times when we're painting, you'll feel the sense of, I have no idea what I'm doing. That's okay, just keep going. It will resolve. You just have to keep painting and trust your intuition. Trusting your intuition is really important in the painting process because there's no A to Z formula. Of course, there are techniques that can be helpful to learn and color theory and all of that, but at the end of the day, each painting requires its own process. And with that being said, it can be easy to get stuck in your head. Not trying to rhyme right now, but it's true. I mean, it can be easy to just kind of feel like you're overthinking it and you don't really know what to do. Like you don't know what your next step is. Just know that that's common. I mean, I feel it all the time. But as you put paint on the canvas, you can begin correcting everything. But you have to put paint on the canvas first, which sounds obvious, but if you don't continue to add layers to the painting, it won't develop. So allow your painting to develop. Allow it to go from a process of A to Z. It's okay if you don't know exactly what's going on or what your next step is or how you're gonna resolve everything. Nobody ever does. It's a lot like life. You just kind of have to keep going and play it by ear, you know? I'm excited to use these colors. This is a good size. I'm obsessed with 16 by, I think it's 16 by 20. I think that's the dimensions of this. I love these dimensions. I feel like it's the perfect size for a painting. It's relatively easy to ship, which we love. And it's big enough to really feel the presence of the art, but not so big that you're like, where the heck am I gonna hang this thing? Yeah, like I consider all of these things, and sometimes having a really small painting is weirdly effective because it's like it's there and it's like cute and it's handheld. Sometimes having a really large painting is really effective as well. So I'm not knocking either of those. I think both of those are great options, but my go-to seems to be the 16 by 20, 16 by 24 maybe. I don't remember. It's like either 16 by 20 or 16 by 24. Especially lately. It's just good size. It's not too big, not too small. I love it. I'm gonna look at this a little bit more closely. Okay. If you're not sure where everything kind of starts and stops, just feel it out. And remember that you can always just kind of adjust it and change it as you go. But don't be afraid to make those creative decisions before you have all of the answers on what exactly is going on, because sometimes if you're anything like me and a lot of other artists, really, you just kind of accidentally fall upon the solution of that particular area of the painting and you're not really even sure how you did it. So recognizing when you accidentally fix something is actually so important, because sometimes you'll be working on something and you'll work yourself in circles when really you found the solution 10 minutes ago, but you overworked it and you weren't aware that it actually looked way better than you thought. This happens. So, make choices, go through your painting, make choices. Be confident in your choices, but also allow there to be room for happy accidents. So don't get too stuck on your idea of a solution, because you might accidentally, in a good way, happen upon a creative solution without even knowing it. Word of the wise to another artist listening tonight. And if you're a blocked artist, don't be ashamed. Just know we've all been there. You're not a machine. You're not required to constantly make art to be an artist. But if you desire to make art and if you desire to get back into it, but you feel blocked, I highly recommend listening to the book The Artist's Way. It's really a great read or listen. I usually listen to at least one Audible book a month. usually either about art or self-help. I'm a self-help obsessed person because I've gone through a lot, and instead of being a victim, I decided I was just going to help myself. And I'm glad that I've taken responsibility and accountability for my own life, and here we are. I'm the fully self-helped version of myself. Of course, I've had help though along the way, but if you are dissatisfied of any area of your life, just know you're in control. You can fix it. And if you don't think you can, then you're right. But trust me, it's way more empowering to take full responsibility of your life. And that way you can take full responsibility of your future as well. I've been painting a lot of musical icons lately, partly because I have been making more music lately. I have always been a musician, and I have been recording music in the studio since 2019. But I got my first guitar lessons whenever I was maybe in 6th grade. I've been playing live more. I have a few gigs coming up. If you follow my Instagram, I'll be keeping you guys updated on all of that. This looks horrible. I hate it. Hang on, let me flip it. The hard part about painting black and white to color is you can't turn the image reference into a black and white image in order to see what it looks like from a different perspective, which is one of my habits and it's one of my tricks, but I can't really do that when it's already black and white. The nose is weird. I think part of why it looks weird is because I need to work on that eye. And once I work on that eye, hopefully it will help the nose situation. We'll see though. If you feel stumped on one part of the painting, I highly recommend just moving on to a different part of the painting. Often you'll realize that the answers to the part that you were stumped on will reveal itself after you resolve something else within the image. Okay, it's getting there. Something I love about Elvis's face is his sad eyes. People with Pisces placements have sad eyes. Technically, I think he has a Pisces moon, and he's a Capricorn rising, which is the opposite of me. I'm a Capricorn moon and a Pisces rising, and I'm a Sagittarius, just a regular sun sign. And if you know, you know. If you don't, whatever, just forget I said that. But anyway, people with Pisces placements tend to have sad eyes. A lot of people say that my eyes look sad. Do I look sad to you? Like Billie Eilish has a Pisces placement. She has sad eyes. Just look it up. You'll see what I mean. Not just sad, but like dreamy eyes. I think that's another good way to put it. I like that light kind of turquoise color. Okay, it's getting there. There are truths revealed in the upside down. Like Stranger Things. No, but really, when you flip your painting upside down, you see things differently. Like I said with the black and white situation, like changing it to black and white, it causes you to take a different perspective on the painting. That's really important to happen throughout the process of the painting development, just to see it differently. Look at it again later, or just physically step away from it and look at it from a distance, or flip it upside down, or take pictures of it, turn it black and white, look at the black and white image as opposed to the black and white original, and see like if there's anything that stands out about it structurally that you missed. All of these little tricks can really help, because it's not as much about actually like physically fixing the painting or physically painting the painting as much as it is about what you see and like your perception. And once you perceive a solution or a problem, then you can fix it. That looks better. painting the space between the hairline and the eyes, kind of like the temple area. That can be kind of a weird space to paint because it's so subtle, I think is the word. It's a very subtle and quiet space of the face. It's a quiet space, face space. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Okay, I'm gonna work on this a little bit longer. I'm gonna work on his lips and just the lower portion of his face. Yes, pouty look. Kind of a baby face in this picture. And honestly, his eyes need a lot of work. I just can tell I'm hyperfixating on them, which is why I'm moving on. Because if you hyperfixate on one portion of the painting, you run the risk of overdeveloping it and it not being in the correct placement, or certain aspects of the painting might not hold up once you get the other parts of the painting established. Okay. Good to just kind of work on whatever seems to be unfolding. If there's one part of the painting that you're stumped on, no worries, work on something else in the painting. I already mentioned that, but I'm just reiterating it for myself. By the time you're done, you want everything to feel locked in place, like every part of the painting truly fits together perfectly. That's the goal. And you also want to be aware of any parts of the painting that might stand out a little bit more than somewhere else. It's not necessarily bad per se, but you really want that, you don't want the eye to get too stuck on one part of the painting. So I'm noticing down here could be much darker. It's interesting because you really can't be a perfectionist and be a painter. I mean, sure, there are exceptions to the rule, but the perfectionistic attitude is paralyzing. And in order to move your painting forward, you just have to go for it. And the great thing about painting is you can always paint over whatever it is. That's the miracle of painting. And that's one of the reasons I love it so much. It feels like you're taking risks in the art, but it's a risk that can't really, there's really no risk. It just feels like a risk. Like, worst case scenario, you fuck up your painting and then you have to go in and fix it, whatever, you know. Like, a real risk to me is skydiving or something, but when you're working on the painting, it feels like a risk, you know. It really does. It feels so serious. It feels like, oh my gosh, I'm working on something so incredibly important. Everything has to be perfect. I liked how this shadow is kind of an orangey shade. I might change it, though. We'll see. Honestly, a lot of the wrinkles in the shirt could be a color. That's what I'm gonna do, even though the shirt's technically white, and I think it will still read as white. I'm gonna add some color in it, because it'll look so weird if everything else is colorful except for the shirt. We've got to keep it the same universe, if that makes sense. Keep everything related. Ah, that looks horrible. No. It's better. What time is it? 3:20. how far off it is from being finished. Just embrace the process and realize that that's why not everyone paints, because it's hard. Painting is hard, okay? I mean, I guess it's not hard to paint something that looks mediocre. It's hard to paint something that looks really good. That's what I'll say. We'll see though. We'll see what happens. Definitely putting some warm colors over here is going to help activate the cool tones. So, and vice versa. It's just about what are going to be, what's going to be the dominant colors, you know? Okay. All right. I'm gonna take a break on this. I think it looks good so far, but it needs some time to just breathe, and I'm gonna look at it and then come back to it. Okay. Thanks for being here, and I'll talk to you later. Hi. It's day 2 of working on this painting. Well, technically it's day 2 of the recording process. So I'm excited to continue. Thanks for being here. I will let you know there's people in the wood shop downstairs playing music and building things, which I honestly think is magical. So you may hear some noises back there. I'll try to eliminate all of the bad, like super distracting ones and when I edit this video, but just bear that in mind. Also, yeah, let's just go for it. I'm glad you're here. What do you think of my outfit today? It's cute, right? So this is actually the same top as I wore yesterday, and I got it separately from the skirt, even though it looks like it's all one set. It's not. They're separate items. Okay. I got this from Amazon, which I feel kind of bad about, but the top is from Amazon, and then the skirt is from Altered State. Okay, I'm gonna mix some colors right now. That's something I realized I haven't really focused much on, so that's gonna be helpful for sure. I like this thing for my color palette because this is a piece of color palette paper that I can just take out when I'm done and put another one, and it also comes with a lid to keep the paints moist. Do you like that word or do you hate it? You probably hate it. Moist. Okay. That's a nice color. This is a nice color as well. I printed out a reference to make my life easier. I'm gonna use big brush strokes right now. I just gotta cover some canvas and be bold. I can tell I'm holding back a little bit. So I took this painting home last night and worked on it a little bit on my own. And you know, I feel frustrated sometimes with the process of my paintings because naturally I'm a pretty impatient person. Something I'm working on though. Working on just chilling out a little bit, even though it's very hard. My brush isn't totally clean, but it's okay. I forgot to make a pastel-y yellow. It's alright, I just mixed it really quick with my brush. Take a little bit of this pink. Something about flipping it upside down always kind of does the trick. Just gives you a different perspective. And right now I'm looking at it from a architectural standpoint. Not that I'm an architect, but I'm looking at it more as a building and like where are the bones and what color is the wallpaper of the room. I don't even know. I'm confused. Try not to get too hung up on the little details at the moment. Trying to focus on the structure like I was saying. Pretty low-key making progress, honey. Yes. Okay. Stop it right now. I am gonna have a heart attack. There's something about flipping it, dude. I'm telling you. Something about flipping it. It kind of gets you out of that, like, mindset of, like, painting. Oh, this is the eyeball. Oh, this is the whatever. You have to paint. I mean, you don't have to do anything, but for me, what helps me is I focus on the shapes of the light and paint the light. That's kind of why my paintings tend to look somewhat impressionism by the time they're done. Even if I'm doing other stuff, like there's something about it that's a bit impressionistic-y, like painterly. You can see the brush marks and whatnot. And that's because I'm very much focused on painting the light rather than outlining the actual objects. Oops, I gotta be careful with that. Once you get into the outlining things, it just starts looking rudimentary. What's rudimentary? I think it means elementary. Like kind of basic, preliminary. I don't know. Anyways, you can let me know in the comments. Give me some English lessons. Even though I'm American, I should know how to speak English. But I guess that's a lot of us Americans, honestly. I mean, English is a living language. It's constantly evolving and changing, and that's something I love about it. It's not so set in stone, but I also am not in a position where I need to spell things correctly all the time. Like, I accept the fact that I spell things incorrectly. But in high school and college, of course, I got frustrated with the fact that, like, the entire answer was wrong if it was spelled incorrectly, because I also have dyslexia. Which, honestly, dyslexia fucks me up more than some of my other disabilities, which, if you want to look into that, what I'm talking about, just go to my Instagram. But yeah, I mean, it's really, really hard because most of the things that you need access to are, like, it's written, you know, and I can read and process things, but it just takes so much longer, and it's harder for me because it feels like the words are like moving around the page, and then there's like words that are like blocked out that I don't see. It's really frustrating. If you have dyslexia, you probably know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then just use your imagination. I have to mix a pastel yellow. I'm kind of running out of space. Look at that massive red blob. I don't even need it. I'm not even using much red. It happens when you're like dumping your paint and so much more comes out than you need. I don't know what I was talking about. But yeah, I was mixing some yellow so I can go in here and work on the shirt. I think with painting, you just kind of have to focus on what is the essence of that thing rather than trying to make everything totally exact. Here. I'm gonna put that there. And it kind of kills the image, doesn't it? I'll just hold it. But yeah, focusing on the essence is the best way to go, because then you're focused on the overall vibe. If you can get the vibe, you're good. There might be too much white on his nose. The nose is a little bit off, but you know what? We're gonna fix everything incrementally, a little bit at a time. It's gonna be okay. I will say, painting can be weirdly stressful sometimes. Like, I can't explain it. If you're a painter, maybe you know something about it. Like, oh, like that, dude, like that. That's a fucking good example. But look, instead of freaking out, I'm just gonna wipe it away. Wipe it away. And it's pretty much gone. But it's that element of trying to balance what's in your control and what's out of your control, and like how stressful that can be, because there's a lot of the painting process that's kind of out of your control. I wish I could work on painting all day, honestly, but I'm going to a Cirque du Soleil thing tonight, which I may have told you about yesterday already, but and I feel grateful that I get to go, because I get to go for free, which is amazing. And I would have been grateful even if I couldn't go for free, but essentially it's like a really pretty day outside, which means that since it's not too hot outside, it's not too hot in the studio. I mean, it's still warm, but it's not unbearably hot. And of course, that's why everybody's in the wood shop today. But you know, if I didn't have the Cirque du Soleil thing tonight, I would have until this evening to just paint and take advantage of it. But this is just the way the cookie crumbles, so it is what it is. But I'm learning to just let go and let God a little bit more. Ultimately, we do have a lot of control over a lot of things. We just need to think more creatively about creative solutions and stuff like that, or think about like, okay, what could I do differently to like avoid that, see the challenges as like learning opportunities and actually learn from them. Like, that's how I approached my marriage and my divorce. Like, I don't feel defeated. I feel like, okay, I learned so much through that experience, and you know, I won't put myself in those certain scenarios that I put myself to end up where I was. And I take responsibility for my life. Like, I don't just wallow in pity and be like, oh, my husband cheated on me. And ladies, if there are any ladies here, just know that good looks does not get you love. It doesn't help you love yourself. It doesn't help the man love you. Honestly, a lot of men go for unattractive girls because, one, compatibility is a full package thing. Two, unattractive, attractive, unattractive, it's subjective. Okay? Three, I guarantee you, most really quality men would take a little bit less attractive woman who is the full package, okay? And he might find her fucking beautiful. So stop with like worrying about it. I don't worry about the way I look that much. I mean, yeah, maybe a little, like I put time in the way I look, but then I just forget about it. If you're a girl, you're trying to please men, they're not hard to please, okay? They are not hard to please. All you gotta do is be sweet, hype their ego, be the sweetest version of yourself you can be. And yeah, if you're a little bit sassy like me, you're a little rough around the edges, that's okay. That's okay. You'll find someone who likes that. I mean, I did. I'm not always the sweet version myself, but I am super, super feminine, right? And that being energetically feminine, I'm not talking about wearing makeup. People get that skewed. I'm talking about being energetically feminine will help you keep your man, okay? I mean, and if your man cheats, okay, he wasn't yours anyways. Let him go. There's really nothing you can do to prevent that. Like, really, truly. But what you can do to kind of prevent it is to just pick a better guy and attract a better scenario in your life so that that doesn't happen again. You know what I mean? There's no guarantees, but that is something that you can do. Little tangent there. But yeah, I mean, it's really crazy because our world has been very female empowerment, yet at the same time we're trying to like wipe away anything that has to do exclusively with females. Like, it has to be all inclusive, which, guys, I'm for all inclusivity, blah blah blah, but like, it's okay if some things are just for girls or some things are just for guys, or whatever you identify with. If a ship is about to crash, like if we're on the Titanic, right? I did a Titanic painting, you know? Anyway, if we're on the Titanic, let the man fucking save my life and my kid's life. Like, let him do it. Yeah, I don't want to live without my man, but like, there are some things that it's only fair. Because, what, you think the women and children should go and sacrifice their life for the man? No. Who is it that built those boats? Who is it that, you know, made everyone, like, convinced everyone to get on that boat? It was all the men, okay? It wasn't the women. And a lot of the fucking shenanigans that we get into, the debacles, like, war and that stuff, is perpetuated by men. So yeah, men should be the one paying the price. Why should women get on the front lines? Yeah, if you want to, I guess, but why would you want to? Okay, I'm working on a sideburn. The sideburn is looking very Elvis Presley right now, which is good. I need to work on his hairline too. It's kind of all over the place. Let's flip it, see what's going on. Something's weird right there. I think if I did purple, I'm gonna be bold. Actually, that low key I think is the exact color I needed. That's looking pretty good. I feel like in there could be like a lighter. There needs to be something in here that breaks that up. No. Shoot. I think I'm going to use orange. Honestly, the fact that the colors are kind of mixing unintentionally, low-key, works. I think I mentioned it earlier, a lot of painting is figuring out, like, where are you creating happy accidents and what can you preserve from those happy accidents. Like, seriously, a lot of painting has to do with just kind of happening upon something and then just being like, okay, that strangely works. I mean, that looks pretty good. Yeah, these bigger brushstrokes, I feel like are the key right now. Because earlier I was using smaller brushstrokes and it was pulling me away from that architectural vibe that the bigger brushstrokes are able to give me. I'm squinting. I'm looking at my reference a lot right now. Okay. Interesting. Working on the nose, just trying to figure out everything. It's confusing. It's alright though. Trying to get kind of a gradient happening down here, but I like the asymmetry in the face. Like when you're painting someone's face, you can see all that asymmetry, and it's honestly nice. Like, I don't know if you've seen the AI pictures of like your face and how they kind of like take it and make it completely symmetrical. They'll take like one side of your face and then like double it. It's weird. It's really, really weird. Might need to mix more purple soon. I noticed that I hadn't really spent much time on the hairline, and it'll just look like a mask. It'll look like he's wearing a mask if I don't work on the hairline. Throw back, the guys downstairs are older, the ones who are in the wood shop, and they listen to like old school music. Right now they're listening to Nora Jones, which I know isn't like truly, truly old school, but it reminds me of, whenever I was younger. I grew up listening to that. My mom really liked Nora Jones, and like I memorized some of her songs. When I was younger, and I don't know, it's just kind of cute. They're listening to Nora Jones right now, and it's cute. I honestly was adding probably too much contrast in this earlier. And I had to like reel back contrast. But yeah, what I was saying about the facial symmetry is that I like the fact that I'm looking at his face and it's not totally symmetrical, but like it's perfect. Like I love that about it. And I look at my face and I notice, you know, slight asymmetries, I guess is a good way to put it. And I really embrace that about myself, actually, because it just means that I'm dynamic, and like from different angles you'll get a different me. Like my left side, I'm a different woman than my right side, girl. Like I really truly am. And it's technically because of asymmetry, but I like how I can give different vibes depending on. And then when you look at someone moving, like in movement, you are really able to see how dynamic their face actually is. A picture really doesn't do justice. It's kind of like when you take a picture of a sunset and the picture doesn't look nearly as good as the sunset does in real life. Like it looks like a sorry excuse for the sunset. That's often how pictures are. I heard someone say that one time, and it really stuck with me. Like, just because you take bad pictures doesn't mean that you're not stunningly beautiful. It's just sometimes pictures don't do whatever it is justice, because picture is like a 2D thing, and like people are three-dimensional dynamic beings, so you really can't always capture it. I like this brush because it does have that straight edge. I can get crisper line work. It's nice. I mean, I guess what I like about his face, it's very pillowy. I can't explain it, but yeah, it's just pillowy. And that pillowiness is something I'm trying to capture. It's a very youthful appearance. This particular image, I haven't really done research on it, but from what I can tell, it's a younger version of Elvis. Making this a bit more simple, simplifying. I think mixing the colors before I started really helped with the this whole process. A lot of times when I first start the painting, like the first few brush marks, it's not mixed paint. I'll just take it straight from the tube because I know that those first layers don't really, they do matter in terms of the structure, but I build up the color so much that the first color layers I put on the canvas are not indicative of the final layers. I don't know, that might be a bit too dark, but I can always lighten it up. Take some of this bright pink, put it in the middle. Kind of, soften it a little bit. Bring some of that dark purple into the image. Something about bringing the darkness from behind him into the shirt and into some of these like crevices. Another fun word. Something about that just kind of blends, like I don't know if blends is the right word, but it makes the background feel connected to the foreground. Okay. I feel like in there could be darker as well. It's like the places that weren't dark enough need to be darker, and then some places were too dark and I just had to lighten them up. So it's like trying to figure out the lighting, honestly. Alright, so his top lip needs to be bigger. It's kind of, right now I'm just finding these anything that I can find, really, like literally anything that I can find to see, to try to make him look more like himself. Why are lips so hard to do? Literally. like this could be orange. That looks good. It's those little tiny shifts in the painting that add up to make a difference. I love how his lip kind of curls under a little bit on the corners, his upper lip. That's one of my favorite things about his face. He's got that natural pout. It's so cute. And kind of almost a little snarl. It's like a pout snarl. It's like a puppy dog face. Oops. That feels too much, like too dark right there, but I'll fix it. Adding some pink. Makes sense for the lips to be pink, right? Did I fuck it up? I think I fucked it up a little bit. Dang it. It's okay if you mess up your painting, you can always get it back. And honestly, a lot of times you have to mess it up a little bit to elevate it, to make it look even better. It's just kind of one of the weird oxymorons about painting. Mixing pastel-y kind of shades of my fluorescents. This is kind of a purple, which I love. I already ran out of pink. Okay, different shade of purple. Now let's make a light turquoisey color by mixing blue and yellow and white. party. I like it. Also, there are people down in the wood shop, as always. Darker turquoise. Let's make a dark purple. I need more red. It's a bit overcast today. Do you hear the ice cream truck? It's cute. Okay. It turned into more of a green. I'm trying to show you the colors as I mix. Okay, that looks good. And let's do orange. Oops, wrong color. That looks good. I think this orange color is a good shade to kind of blend everything in. He has really full lips, but I don't know. I don't know why this painting is like weirdly harder than some of the other ones I've done. Or maybe every time I go back to painting, I forget how hard it actually is. I don't know. There. I'm looking at my black and white version compared to this black and white photo and just focusing on the value structure and making small adjustments in order to pin down the likeness, because right now it looks like a version of him. Like this looks like the actor for him but not him. So we're in the process of making it look exactly like him. It's not easy. Honestly, that's kind of why I like portraiture, because it's challenging and you can really tell if it's messed up or not. probably will need to work on his hair a little bit more. But before I do that, I'm just gonna work on adding some three-dimensional elements to this painting. I'm really excited. Obviously, who is it? Can you guess? Yeah, you guessed right. It's Elvis. So yeah. I have this really cool velvet sticker paper that I thought might look good back behind him. I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna put it on effectively, but I have an idea. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So what I think I can do is cut it in half again. Doesn't really have to be perfect. I wish you could touch this sticker paper. It's so nice, and I feel like the velvet just goes with Elvis's aesthetic and aura, and even like the musical sound plus the time period. I don't know if purple is associated with Elvis that much, but it just went that direction. It wasn't totally intentional. Wow, my dress is making lots of noises. It wasn't intentional to make the purple necessarily. It just kind of happened. Oh yeah, I sold this on Etsy. I'm really excited. This is my Tabitha painting. I'll show you an up close of it later, but I'm really, really excited. It's a really popular painting, and I can't believe it sold. So check out my Etsy, because I'm going to be listing more artwork on there for sale. Okay. Let's see how sticky this really is. It's a nice Saturday. It's beautiful outside. It's a little warm, but it's not bad. It's in the 80s, low 80s. It'll probably cool down tonight. Yeah, I can't get this. But, oh, hang on. I think that's... Okay, what I'm gonna do... shiitake mushrooms. I didn't even think of it folding over on itself. Ah, darn it. Wow, okay. Let me see how sticky this actually is. Okay, it's sticky when it's on itself, but... Alright, I have an idea. I'm gonna put it directly on the canvas like this. Wow, this is so weird. I've never done this before in my entire life. Okay. I'm gonna try to kind of keep it off the painting for the most part. Ah, it's sticking to my fingers. My lord. I have a feeling that the longer it stays on something, the stickier it gets. Okay, now I'm gonna have to kind of cut around, if that makes sense, and like follow the line. Hang on. This is weird. Okay. Let's take all of this off. Oh my god, that was cutting it close. Like literally cutting it close. Because if I ruin this one sheet, then I'm not gonna have enough potentially for it. And I think I want it to be kind of like a smooth transition type of vibe. We're just gonna set that there for now. Like, I think I want it to look like it's all one piece, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to achieve that or not. And this might look really bad too. We'll see. I mean, sometimes you have something in your mind and then when you actually go for it, you realize it looks nothing like what you thought. And that's just one of the harsh realities of being a painter. And this might look really bad. Okay. Am I like gonna get it too? We'll see. I want it to be nice and smooth. All of this has got to go, clearly. Sometimes when you're in the middle of an idea, you start questioning, like, should I just give up on this? Like, it's kind of where I'm at with this, because I'm like, I don't know. I feel like it needs to maybe not be such a solid line around him, but we'll see. Like that I already cut kind of wrong, but I don't know, I'm kind of changing my idea as I go on like how I want to go about this, because when you start interacting with materials, it just, you realize what may work better. I mean, hang on. I'm glad I'm saving the pieces that I'm tearing off, because I think I'm gonna do kind of a mosaic thing. You kind of have to just hang with me, but definitely my vision's slightly changing for the better, though. Always for the better. The thing is whenever it's just a solid piece, you can't totally appreciate the texture. It's almost like allowing some of the painting from underneath to show through is gonna be better for the overall look of the painting. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I bet this is such good ASMR with all the peeling. Did anyone watch the Olympics? I feel like I'm not a very good citizen. I just watched like a few YouTube video reruns and stuff. I feel like the cicadas just give a very summertime vibe. I guess once September rolls around, it's no longer summer. Unfortunately. It's mind-blowing how quickly everything has been flying by lately. It's kind of weird. Like this year is going by so fast, like I can't even comprehend it. It's too much. But they say that you age the amount of time that it feels like you spent during that time span. So like if it feels like a year went by in a month, that's how much you physically age. I don't know if that's true, but I guess I like that idea because it's, you know, at least I'm not aging quickly. It's smart that I'm doing a little like mosaic thing, because a harsh line between the fabric and the paint is just gonna be, it's gonna take away all of the nuance between like his face and the space behind him. I don't want it to be super clear where it starts and ends, because in reality there is no beginning and end. Everything's connected. So and I like using these little tiny slivers of velvet. It's fun. Something about it. I feel like it's not commonly used this way, which is gonna make it even more unique. It's super quiet here today. I'm obsessed. I guess I need to come on Saturdays more often, because I guess that makes sense. People make plans on the weekend so they can't come to the studio. That works out for me though. I mean, it's so quiet today. It's amazing. I'll just start coming on Saturday. I don't think that really belongs there. Maybe right there. Now I need to work on this area. I thought I was gonna finish this today, but I'm not gonna rush it. Like, this painting has already taken so long to complete. Like, what's another week, honestly? I don't know why that just isn't doing it for me. That might be better. Yeah. Cool. I don't know if you can really truly see what's happening from where you are, but I'm into it. kind of have to see this from the right angle so that the glare from the paint that shows through between the pieces of the velvet kind of create the mosaic. So it's a vibe for sure. Okay. Maybe I can use this one over here. Nice. I think I kind of want, I don't know, I kind of want to use another piece. This is what I'll do. Okay, I'm gonna cut like a big triangle. Okay, and yeah, that's the vibe. Okay. Okay. Doing the mosaic allows me to be a little bit more free-flowing with where I put everything. I'm definitely going to collage the sides of the canvas, and this is going to be available on my Etsy when I'm done. So thanks to Nathan for buying my Tabitha painting, because that inspired me to get back into uploading more pictures on Etsy for sale. I'm basically focusing on icons, both religious and secular, and so you might notice I'm painting a lot of famous people. At first I felt a little bad about that, like, oh, maybe my art is less legit because I'm painting like famous people. I guess it could be read as like fan art. But the thing is, people already love those famous people, so there's a built-in fan base for it. And I consider religious icons, like whatever they may be, also famous people, because that's what famous people were back in the day. They were just religious leaders and thought leaders it's interesting. We don't have pictures of people like Plato and whatnot. And it's also interesting to think that back in the day, all we could rely on for capturing imagery was painting. And when the camera came out, to them, it was just as revolutionary as like what AI is for us today. And it was just as revolutionary as what AI is for us today. And a lot of the Impressionists talked about, I think it was Degas or Monet talked about in his letters about how photography was going to change the history of painting, and it has, obviously. I mean, I'm painting this based off of a photograph. So I like this bigger piece right here. I do want to do a self-portrait soon. I have an idea for one. I might start it relatively soon. I've been bouncing back and forth between working on more than one painting at once or more than one art project at once. I still have my Mother Mary in the works, but then I took a break and worked on this for a little bit, so I feel like it's good for painters to juggle multiple paintings because each painting informs the other one. The little tiny pieces. Oh my god, this is such good ASMR. Is this not the best ASMR you've ever heard in your freaking entire life? Don't answer that. Okay, I will say my hair is in a bit of an awkward phase. Some people really like it, but it's in an awkward phase, okay? I'm gonna grow it out again. Not as long as how I had it, or maybe I will, but that's not really what I'm going for at the moment. Right now I want it to just be like basically just as layered but a little bit longer around my face. I want it to be just as layered but longer around my face. So yeah, but hair is hair. I really don't care. And that rhymed. I love the fact that hair just, it grows back, man. If you look back through my videos, you'll see a bunch of different hair phases I've gone through. I mean, really what I need is wigs. Honestly, because wigs are a great way to switch up your hairstyle without committing to it. I mean, when I look back on pictures with my hair really long, I don't miss it because I feel like my haircut was incorrect, for lack of better words. But I miss my curls sometimes because they go away when it's short. It's interesting, I feel like I'm basically painting with, oh my god, is there actual paint on my fucking dress? That's annoying. I have no idea what I was saying. It probably wasn't important. These small pieces are really doing it for me. It really does allow the face and the background to blend better, to where it's not just like this harsh outline contouring his face, because I worked hard for the nuance to happen between where does the background and his face begin and end, basically. Also, I wore this again. I know I wore it a few days ago whenever I was recording, but it's such a cute outfit. I was looking back over some of my footage. and I just thought this looked really cute on the camera. But I don't think I'm gonna actually finish this today, so I might have to find another outfit that matches. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to like find outfits that match. But used to, I would record, you know, multiple days in a row, or sometimes weeks, and I would wear the same outfit. So it looks like I just did it in one day. So if you look back on some of my videos, like the Titanic video, just several of them, especially the longer ones, like the Amy Winehouse one, it was actually like multiple days recording. You can see subtle changes between each day in my hair or whatever, but I wore the same outfit to make it cohesive. Whereas now I'm changing my outfits every day and allowing my viewer to know and realize that it's taking me a long time to make each painting. Which it wasn't like I didn't want people to know it took a long time. I more so just wanted it to feel like a cohesive video. So, you know, at some point I might go back to that, but for now I think it's nice to just seriously though, from now on, I think I'm gonna record on Saturdays. I know it's not a guarantee that it's always gonna be this quiet, but like, shit, it's quiet in here. It's perfect for ASMR. I love the fact that this is velvety. I feel like I need a big piece right here. Basically, I just got this on Amazon. I get a lot of my art supplies on Amazon. I also go to Michael's. I would go to the local art shops, but they're too expensive. So, you know, art supplies is extremely expensive. Just to make a painting, you have to be, well, I mean, you're usually spending like at least $50 just to make a painting. Now, if you're like me, you've built up art supplies, so it doesn't feel like you're spending that much because you have art supplies already. But you did spend that much at one point, because painting and making art is just expensive. It's an expensive hobby, and that's why not everyone has the luxury of getting into it. Honestly, I remember whenever I was younger, at some of my private art classes, some of the students were extremely frugal with their art supplies, to the point that it was like suffocating. But it was because they knew that they weren't going to be able to make art if their parents couldn't buy the art supplies, and so they were just really, really, really frugal, especially oil paint. Some of my oil painting classes were, you know, not only was the class expensive, but like just buying all the things you need to oil paint, it's pricey. I mean, each small tube could be like $10. I mean, this looks so cool. I wonder if I almost kind of like some of the breaks. Like, I wonder if I need to do one in here. Hang on. Like, I wanted it to be one full piece, but now I'm second guessing it. Look. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna cut a tiny bit off from the bottom so that I can essentially lay it right back to where it was. But there'll be a little gap between this piece and the other piece. Nice. I like that. Oh my god, it looks so cool. It's nice because it's not too much. I'm obsessed. I don't know why I wanted to put it right there by the ear, but yeah, I think just one there, that's good. Because subtlety of it's good. I don't want it to be like too much. Do you hear the ice cream truck? That's cute. What's good about this paper is if I decide after I look at it for a little while that I hate what I did, I can just take it off and bring it back to a traditional painting. Because this is technically, I think, like a velvet paper in a way. It's not fabric, it's like on a sticky sheet. So I can try something without fully committing, which is great. Because if you're safe in your painting, then it's gonna read as safe, and ultimately it's gonna be a boring painting. So nice. That's way better. That needed to be more of a solid. And I'll work on the sides of the canvas too later. That looks good. I like that. Let me take a picture. Oh yeah, that looks dope. Hang on. I definitely want to add like more 3D stuff. Well, maybe. I don't know. It looks so cool. I'm obsessed with it. There needs to be one right there, I think. There. That looks nice. And then maybe a little one right here. Nice. I'm into it. Okay. Let me take a picture. It's cool. It's so cool. I'm amazed at how good it looks. How do I always have such good ideas? It's crazy. looks cool too. Like, I think putting a little on top of that looks good. But now I'm like, I don't know. I like it. Okay. I'm at a good stopping point, I think. I guess all of these are like scraps I won't be using. I feel like I'm wasting, but seriously, I have so much left. Like, this was probably less than $10, and look at how much is left. I love that. I have these cute little gummy bears. Can't really see them. Let me see if I can see them there. So we'll see if I can. I want to put more stuff on it, but I don't know how much I'm gonna do today because I've been. Honestly, I have an ear infection. It's been there for a while. It's gotten worse, but. Whoa, why is this not coming out? There we go. Yeah, god damn it. That looks cool. I want the gummy bears to blend. Maybe one right there. On his neck, I don't know. One here. That looks good. I have to like push it with my teeth. I might need a new. One of these soon. Maybe one that's going this way. I mean, that would look good, I think. You might be wondering why gummy bears. Why not gummy bears? That's the real question. Nice. Let me see how that's looking. It looks cool. I like it. I'm tempted to use all of them, but won't. Hang on. Where are my scissors? Let's see. I love it. God, I always know I need to go with my instinct. It looks so good. Don't question your instinct. Just go with it. This is kind of like the blue color, like the blue mixture. And so that's why I'm just gonna put it where some of the blues are. And then reevaluate after that, see if I'm into it. But I think I am into it. I gotta make sure I maintain the structure of like the shadows, if that makes sense, and not just like cover all the painting with stickers and gummy bears. Wow, this is becoming a whole new level of something else, we'll say that. Okay. Gosh dang it. Okay. Put that there. Kind of continues the shadow. I like it so far. I mean, something about this might be pulling my eye just a little too much. I feel like it needs to be a smaller sliver, like the other one. Yeah, where we can still see the painting and it's more blended. That's way better. Can this one go anywhere? Nah. Well, maybe right here. Yeah, that's not bad. wonder if this is pulling my eye a little too much. Maybe I could put this over here by the other iridescent stuff. I'll think about it. This is a good idea to just kind of put this at the end of the shadow, kind of. That looks good, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, I feel like it needs to be more so down here because this is like a lighter shade than that. So it's like I need to keep it around the other light blues, basically. That looks good. It blends better. Alright, that looks nice. I'm into it. It blends. It's like not too much. You gotta look closely. Okay. I'm gonna take a break and work on this later. I hope you have an amazing day. It's a little warm in here, so I just need to walk around, get some fresh air. But I love you. Leaning upside down always kind of does the trick for me. It gets me out of my head a little bit. His hair's very swishy. I'm thinking about what kind of who I want to paint next. Maybe free to call if you have suggestions, let me know. already I feel like adding the blue highlights looks better than it did. So that's good. Maybe I can make some of the other highlights like greenish. The parts that are more bright, I don't know, we'll see. Trying to make the transition between like the hair and the scalp or the forehead look natural. It sounds simple enough, but it can be kind of a weird thing. Hang on, let's flip it, see what's happening. Okay. That's looking better for sure. Still not there, but we're getting there. More dimensional. I like the idea of having more than just blue highlights. I like the pink and the greens kind of coming through. It just feels more connected to everything else with the multicolor happening. So I was thinking how I very rarely paint men, and how I think the only other men I've painted is my partner, Jesus, Jimi Hendrix, Bob Dylan, a few nude models from college, a few like nude men models. And that's it. I think literally that's it. I've painted a few random guys off the internet in my day. Like just models, I guess, that I've turned into my own thing. Looking back on it, it's a little cringe because I'm like just pulling random imagery without any meaning behind it, but not everything has to have a really deep meaning. Sometimes it does have a deep meaning, but you don't really know what it is until later. And sometimes there's really not a deep meaning. Sometimes it's literally just art. Like, you assign the meaning to it, the viewer. So So it doesn't always have to be something super deep for it to be effective, because ultimately most of the time the viewer is going to assign the meaning to the piece anyways. They're going to connect to it for their own reasons at the end of the day. So yeah. I'm trying to coordinate for tonight because I might be going to a jazz and soul music festival. It's a nice day for it. It's really pretty outside. I really needed to make it just feel like his hair was more three-dimensional. I do need a darker blue though, for sure. I don't know if this is dark enough. It is darker than the other one naturally, so I feel like this is a little bright. There we go. Dark blue. I'm gonna see if it adds just a little bit of three-dimensionality. It makes it look flatter. Damn it. Just mixed red and purple together, and it seems to be doing the trick. Let's see about adding more velvet. What do you say? Okay. Where's my scissors? What I've noticed with art is a lot of times we, as artists in our mind, we're like, okay, I'm not going to work on this until I have 4 hours to dedicate to it. But it's better to work on it a little at a time, because you'll never have 4 hours to dedicate in a row to it. I mean, I'm the exception in terms of like the type of person who has the lifestyle to commit to art, and even then I still don't have 4 hours to commit to art sometimes. And a lot of times it's just because of my current mood or mindset, or maybe it's because I have plans, maybe it's because maybe it's noisy in the studio and I can't really record. Like, there's always obstacles that are gonna try to get in the way of you making your art. And as an artist, it's important to just focus on doing a little at a time. It doesn't need to be all the time. Like right now, of course I would love it if it was like I had all day to work on the painting, but like sometimes spending all day on a painting is actually counterproductive, because sometimes you need to give it some space so that you can decide what your next move is going to be. Paintings are kind of an incubator type of process. They're not a microwave process, so it's like, that's why a lot of times my painting videos take months nowadays to record. Used to in the past, god damn it, I can't get this fucking piece of paper off of the back. Okay, in the past I would try to get it all done quickly, and it worked to a certain degree, but you can look back through my older videos and see that although my paintings are nice, they're not as in-depth as my current paintings, because now I actually spend the time that it requires on each painting video rather than trying to rush it into like an hour or a 2-hour painting. Nowadays I spend as long as I need on each painting, and it's better for the art. It might not be better for YouTube content protection because I'm not putting it out as much, but each one I put out is a better painting than it used to be, because they're not rushed, and I allow it to incubate. I allow it to take the time it takes. I'm trying to decide if I want to put this bigger sticker. I'm kind of layering up I'm layering up the velvet probably more than I was whenever I was working on it yesterday. I like that. Let me take a picture. I feel like there needs to be almost like not a definite edge between the hair and the background for this to work. Like, it needs to be integrated. That's too much. But like maybe littler pieces like that, to where it doesn't just feel like, oh, that's the 100% edge of his hair, because then it'll look kind of cut out rather than integrated in gracefully. These are the little things that accumulate into making a nice work of art. Already, I like that, but this one might not work. But I like the idea of it. Maybe something smaller. Yeah. That's good. It makes it feel like it's going into the distance. It's a clever way to integrate the background with the foreground. Not trying to say that I'm clever, but I'm clever. It's almost like I'm painting with the velvet. I don't know if that's that piece doesn't feel very Elvis. It's like you have to make sure that you don't get carried away with your idea. You have to make sure it actually works. It sounds simple enough, but I'm telling you, sometimes you get excited about your concept and then you realize, like, oh, I'm getting carried away, it doesn't look right. And it helps to actually like ask people as you go. I like to show my art to my friends, people that I know, for feedback along the way. So like sometimes something will stand out that I didn't notice. Like my brother came over the other day to my studio and I'm trying to get this piece of paper off the back. Okay. And he was looking at this painting and he gave me feedback. He said to work on the hair, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm glad he gave me that feedback because I was so hyper fixated on the what was I hyper fixated on? I was hyper fixated on the other aspects, like the face, that I kind of forgot about the hair for a little bit. So I feel like if I did that, that's kind of cool. Like putting it in the center of his hair, kind of indicating the direction that it's being combed, but more so like towards the outer edge. I think that's maybe a smart move. I had one of those dreams last night about being in high school and not studying for a test, and awful. Okay, let's see if that's too much. It is. It's too much. The other one I think might work. Hang on. Let's put it here. Maybe put it more so on the outer edge rather than the inner edge. There. That makes more sense visually, I think. Something in here isn't quite right though. I think it's more of a painting problem rather than velvet problem. I think there needs to be a highlight in there. Okay, and then I do think there needs to be more velvet. But now it's all wet right there. Dang it. I think that works. Maybe a few more pieces. In there, I don't know. That's cool. I think it works. Like, I think it may actually work. But I need to make this one more like nuanced, I think. Not so heavy. There we go. So it feels like hair being pushed back a little bit more. It's hard integrating like 2D and 3D. I mean, in a way, I mean, that looks cool. I feel like there needs to be more up there. It's getting there. The smaller pieces are good, I feel like, because it integrates everything. It makes it feel like brush strokes rather than pieces of like flat, thick fabric. And I might look at this later and hate it. We'll see. That's always a strong possibility. But I try to see that type of thing as just feedback. Like, if I don't like it, that's okay. I can fix it. I can always figure out what's going on within the piece that could be eliminated or improved. Let's see if this is doing what I want it to. I think it is, actually. Although I do feel like my eye is being pulled up here maybe too much, so I don't know. Maybe that'll direct our eye to the center of the face more. And then once I add more texture and stuff on the face itself, that'll help. Because I plan on adding jewels and stuff like that, so we'll see. Okay, let's see if we like this. I mean, it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. Maybe a few more here. I'm definitely onto something. You have to trust your instinct as an artist, you know? Like, don't be discouraged if it doesn't work out. Like, try again, do something else. It's part of being an artist. It really is. Like, so many of my ideas aren't very good. And I'm always open to trying again, basically. Okay. That either really works or really doesn't work. Looking at it through, I don't know why, but like it being super close to his head or close to his face, it doesn't really look as good as like away from the face. The little pieces, that is. Like this one doesn't really look good, but I bet if I put it over here, it will. Yeah, it does. I don't know why. It's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe not that one. I have too many things in my hands. Okay, I think that's probably better. It's like I gotta see it without the glare. It looks way better without the glare, dude. Okay. That looks good. Oh yeah. I'm into it. Okay, what time is it? 4:40. It looks cool in here. What time is it? 4:41? I think now have these little dried flowers. I thought about like collaging them if I don't break them. I mean, that looks cool. Or maybe putting them in his hair. I like that idea. I wonder if I need to do that next time. I wonder if this would look cool as like highlights. I don't know if that looks like a highlight though. Yeah, I'm gonna do smaller jewels in his hair and put these kind of in here. That looks more integrated for sure. I like how it's very like edible looking. That's cool. I've got the gummy bears, I've got the rhinestones. I have more coming too. I'm not done. I got these rhinestones. I mean, maybe that's too much. I mean, I can always peel them off, like that's a good thing. It's not totally permanent. It's just like, I honestly will probably glue them on once I feel like, okay, that's exactly where I want everything. But right now I'm just kind of setting everything on there, and then I'll decide in a minute after looking at it for a little while what works, what doesn't. Do I want that up there? I have smaller rhinestones for the face to create more like interest, you know? Like in the square one doesn't really work for whatever reason. Maybe in here it would. Yeah, it blends weirdly. In the hair maybe? Because it kind of reflects the other colors. I mean, that looks cool. I don't like it. I don't like that one. I don't know about those other two. I think the other two maybe. I feel like having two is too many. I might just do glitter up in there instead of the rhinestone. Like keep everything kind of like localized. I like it. I'm gonna have to take a break because I'm going to where am I going? I'm going to the music festival. But this was fun. It's turning out good. I'll keep working on it later. And yeah, I appreciate you being here. In fact, I might use some of these, and I'm gonna go ahead and oh, I'm just not realizing that wasn't tied. 1 second. Isn't this a fun ASMR class? I felt like it matched the painting, so here we are. And it has noise. I love noisy clothes. I mean, we should make clothes that make music. Like, think of if you had like a button you could press and it like made music, like little hidden speakers. I mean, haven't you ever seen those Christmas sweaters where you can press something in the Christmas sweater and it lights up? Why don't we do more stuff like this? Okay, why? Gonna plug this in and use this. I feel like as a painter, you really need to have like different tables and surfaces everywhere that it's okay to get paint on. Both of these tables are surfaces that I use that were technically, you know, official something else that I've appropriated to be like art tables. But it's important as a painter, especially, or a visual artist, to have tables and shelves to put the things on. And it sounds like it's obvious, but it's really not that obvious. Something that you don't really think about until you actually have to do it. Okay. So yesterday I was using this one technique that I feel like works. It's basically, you put the glue, you use the end of a broken paintbrush as a glue thingy. You just adhere the glue that way. But I think before I do that, I'm going to focus on adding some of the this to it. So there's a few places where I feel like the felt or the velvet more so needs to go. Paintings take a long time to make. It's important to allow them to take the time that they take. Yesterday, whenever I was working on this painting, I realized after I recorded that my second camera was blurry, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be using that footage or not. There's a chance you'll see it. I'll have to decide later on whenever I edit this bad boy, which honestly takes so much time to edit. That's why I'm going to be recording another little video in between whenever I actually post this, because this is taking quite some time to finish, which that's alright by me. It's just that it might not be as conducive to staying on a strict uploading schedule because some paintings take longer than others, but that's also why I want to make a video that's like not just painting. I'm gonna have like more content in between. You'll see. But what is tomorrow? Thursday? For me, there is no weekends or weekdays. It's just it all blurs together because I don't have a normal 9 to 5 or normal working schedule. So, yeah, I just flow with time as it flows. I don't know. This camera just doesn't fit. Center myself in the frame. I'm obsessed with the light in here. I mean, it's almost perfect. It's interesting because I know that dark ASMR videos is a thing. Maybe I'll do a darker ASMR painting video where like I come in here at nighttime. But I feel like it's not as conducive for painting. Unless I just have a spotlight on the painting, which could be interesting. So if you have thoughts on that, let me know. Also, my sewing class last night went well. It was really fun to get my sewing machine out again and to do that with my friends. I want to start wearing more of my designs for YouTube. So I might do a try-on haul at some point. I don't know when, but you know, at some point I might do that. I'm putting velvet on the sides of the canvas just so that when you turn to the side you can see that it's complete. I don't always do that, but I think in this particular piece it's super important that it seems finished on the sides. And honestly, when it comes to canvas paintings, I don't really like what is it that I don't like with canvas? I don't like it whenever people put canvas paintings behind a frame. Frames are great, but I like canvases to just be on the wall without a frame. No frame needed. I'll show you the sides and stuff. Although it's funny because I'm probably not going to do the bottom of it because no one ever looks down there. They look at the top and the sides, but not the bottom. I might, we'll see. But I usually don't paint the bottom edge. I mean, if it's a simple thing, I will, but if it's like, I don't know, more complex like this, I might not, we'll see. Now I'm whispering because I'm really close to the microphone. It's super tingly. I'm trying to peel off the back of this. There we go. Alright, I'll show you what I have. There. I don't know if you can see, but it's just like covered on the sides. You know? Alright. Now let's do more glitters and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna use some of these golden jewels. I have to kind of flip them the right way. The little jewels can be kind of annoying to work with, but the payoff is so good because it looks super cool. I'm not very talkative right now because I think I'm just focusing. I love glitter. Glitter gives me a dopamine rush and it makes me happy. There needs to be more glitter in the world. Honestly, if like I'm crafting and glitter gets everywhere, I'm like, well, it's kind of cute to just like leave glitter places. I mean, isn't that kind of aesthetic? I don't know if that's, I feel like that's too many jewels concentrated in one area. That's probably better like that. Okay, let's put these other ones back in. And also when you're using jewels, you kind of have to be okay with like, when you're using jewels, you gotta be okay with losing some jewels because they're inevitably gonna fall and you're gonna like lose a few of them. That's just part of it because they're so small. So you gotta be all right with like losing a few of them. I feel like here, let's put the jewels into the shell. This is what I'm gonna do. Actually, I have an idea. I'm gonna put a few of each. Actually, no, I can't do that because then if I need to put them back in, they'll get all disorganized. And then that's just gonna be so annoying for me to try to find them and not be able to find them. So I'm using this shell as a little bowl, basically. It has hot glue on it because I think I peeled this off of one of my bras because I at one point glued it to one of my bras in order to make a seashell, like mermaid bra thing. So I like lingerie. I'm into it. I'm into stuff like that. And I'm into being very girly. That's the other thing that I've noticed. A lot of people aren't really in touch with their feminine side, which is totally fine. I think I am very in touch with my feminine side, which either you love or you hate, but in a male-dominated world, I think it's something to protect, because I think that it's easy to become hypermasculine in order to survive in a hypermasculine world. So, okay. I'm gonna use these clear jewels. I don't know if you can see. I'm not gonna try to show you. I'm gonna use them, or they're not clear, but they're white. I'm using those in the white, or in the glitter of the eye. I think it's a really smart idea. I don't want it to get... That one's maybe too small. I don't know, I kind of like it though. Okay, I'll make the other one the bigger one. The key, one of the keys is to not get the glue on top of the jewel, which sounds easy enough, but when you're putting it on, sometimes it's just kind of, the glue gets everywhere. But like once the glue gets on top of the jewel, it loses its sparkle. I don't know how I feel about this. It's a little weird. It almost like makes it look less human. I'm not into it. I feel like it needs to be like in the whites of his eye. That's good. Like a little one there and then a white. Instead of like in the pupil area. I mean, that one kind of is, but I don't know. There's something a little bit like if it's right there in the middle of your eye, it's almost like you can't connect with it, with the eyes, you know, and it's important in your piece, especially if it's a portrait of someone, for the eyes to feel like you can kind of connect with them. And that's kind of like it's a nuanced thing. So sometimes you can do one little tiny thing and all of a sudden the eyes feel like you can't connect. All right, that looks cool. I might do... I mean, can you see the glitters from where you are? I mean, I hope you can. Oh, is my undie showing? It is a little bit. Okay. I love glitter and sparkle. Obviously. Alright, I'm gonna put some of this back. It's weird, it's almost like I'm painting with three-dimensional objects. And I kind of like that. Okay. Did you ever use that puff paint? That 3D puff paint? That was so fun as a kid. Okay, I think I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna use... Should I use this dark paint? I think I'm gonna use black now, actually. And work a little bit on the eyelashes on this side and maybe the eyebrows. Just gonna add the glue where I think it's gonna go. And if it looks fucking awful, I'll change it, you know, I'll just pull the little rhinestones off. Oh, yesterday I actually found little tweezers. Let's see if these help my situation. I think that it might make it worse though, we'll see. You can kind of maneuver the jewels better with tweezers. Kind of, we'll see. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Come on. Alright, I did it. Nice. Okay. Another tweezer moment. And hell yeah. I wonder if I want that to be. There we go. We need the jewels to be in alignment with the painting. Like they can't throw it off in any way, or it's just gonna not be worth it, you know. They've got to be the same color as the brush stroke, and they can't be like interfering too much with the vibe of each area. It's kind of hard to explain, but if it like distracts from what's happening, then it's a no. We gotta move it. That looks cool. Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed with it though. I'm so obsessed. It's like in my prints, I have to make sure it's lit in a way that the light is capturing the sparkle. Otherwise, it's just not gonna look right, you know? It can be tempting to rush the final stages of a painting because it's like you're excited to be done. But don't rush it. Let the painting evolve and come to a close in the organic time frame. Like, don't push the time frame of your painting. Just kind of let it be whatever it is. That's my best advice. That's how you're gonna get the best results, in my opinion. Which, obviously, I'm not an expert. I think to be an expert at painting, you have to be doing it for longer than I have, but I think compared to, you know, your average Joe, I might know a thing or two. Okay? I'm trying to find those tiny, tiny black ones. Okay. Okay, let's see how this looks. Is there only one little tiny itty bitty black one in this whole pile of jewels? I can't get it to go the right way either. Gosh darn it. This is when these jewels can be a little bit of a pain. Alright. Ah, no! Maybe it's a sign to do a bigger jewel because I can't grab the smallest one. Okay. Okay, I did it. Wait, but I removed this other one. Shiitake mushrooms. Okay, it's alright. It's because it was too close to the other one, but I got it. We're good. Okay, you can do it. It's funny, I don't have like really great fine motor skills. I mean, I guess I've gotten better at it over the years, but like I hate tying my shoes and handwriting and stuff like that. Anything that requires like tediousness, it can be, well, tedious. I might have to move this closer. Okay. It's like every time I drop one, it's because I'm like, you can't like push too hard. Okay, there we go. It's interesting because using materials, you kind of have to have an abundance mindset, because if you're not careful, you might get into the mindset of like trying to save your materials, but you're gonna inevitably waste materials as an artist. Like that's part of the process. So you have to embrace wasting a little bit. And I guess that's why I'm not an environmentalist, because I think although I want to protect the environment and I love the environment, I also realize, okay, I don't know if this is too many. I feel like that's pulling my eye like way too much. That's probably better, I think. What was I saying about the environment? I love the environment, but like art can be toxic. Like oil painting is so bad. I don't oil paint anymore, but I used to. Okay, I think I'm into that. Is it extra? Yes. But do I love it? Yeah. Okay, hang on. I kind of want to put some of these black jewels in his mouth. I have some purple jewels in his mouth. I want to put some black ones in there. Art is fun, dude. It's especially fun whenever you're like able to finally start to see it come together, which is like the very end of a painting. You gotta get through all of the legwork. Wait, oh yeah. I was like, where am I putting this little guy? There you go. Nice. I mean, I'm sad that Elvis is dead. This is making me sad a little bit. I never got to meet him. Because I honestly haven't met like very many. I haven't seen or met very many famous people, because I don't know. I mean, I guess I've met some random famous people, but they're like niche famous, you know? In this day and age, fame is a different thing than it used to be. Like, anyone can be famous. It's quite empowering, honestly. Okay, I have an idea. I'm gonna add a few jewels in his hair, some black jewels in his hair to give it some texture. And why am I switching to a British accent? I don't know. Somebody psychoanalyze me. I know that I've seen a reel about it before. A British person was saying how he knows that Americans randomly switch into a British accent, and then he was laughing at it, and then he said that basically British people do the same thing, which is amazing. Like, I don't know why that makes me happy. See, we're all more alike than we truly realize. Okay, little jewels, you're starting to piss me off. Alright, there we go. Okay, that looks interesting. I like the idea of putting more, like, some jewels in his hair, especially these black ones, because I think it ties in the eyelashes. And not doing too many, but just like a few. Maybe one here. We'll see how this looks. It might look awful, but nothing is permanent. These tweezers are really doing the trick right now, like bam, bam, bam. I think the key, one of the keys with adding 3D objects or other dimensions, materials to your painting is to make sure that the painting is fully finished before you add anything to it, because it has to be able to stand alone without the extra glitter and stuff. Otherwise, you're relying on the glitter. You're relying on these things that you technically, you know, you didn't make. You put the glitter on there, but that's just like icing on a cake, right? It's like, imagine if you have a cake and the whole cake is icing. No, we don't want that. We want the cake too. And the actual painting is the cake. And then anything on top of it is just because you're feeling fancy. I feel like I gotta keep going. I gotta commit. And I also have other colors that I can add in the hair, but I also like how this just kind of makes sense, because I don't know, it does. I feel like this one needs to just kind of extend down. It might be too much, but we'll see. I feel like I now need to add some here and here. It's It's okay. Alright, let's just add more. It's almost like wherever I feel like it might be kind of closer to me visually, that might be a good place to add a jewel, because it adds that three-dimensional feeling that it's like coming towards you a little bit. That's why I'm specifically adding it here, because I feel like his hair is pushed backwards. So naturally this part of the hair would be kind of more forward. And perceived as more three-dimensional. I hope that makes sense. It's the best way I can explain it. It looks cool. I'm into it. I mean, I think it's cool. I like it. I like it better than it just being flat in there. I mean, I feel like this makes sense visually. And then maybe like one here and here. I'm into it. I'm trying to like look at it from different angles, but yeah, it's cool. I need to add more of Okay, let's do something like that, I guess. I'm saying it as a question because I'm not totally sure. We'll just see what happens. Often our instincts are often our creative instincts are on point. I think a lot of times we overanalyze our actions and then talk ourselves out of making something that we would naturally make. I mean, I do it all the time. I almost didn't go with working on Elvis because I was like, well, is he overdone? You know, blah, 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 blah. But I just went with it. I was like, you know what? If I'm inspired, I'm gonna do it. Gosh darn it. I think someone's here now. That's okay. I got a lot of recording in today, so if I needed to like stop now, I mean technically that would be alright. I feel like adding some in his sideburn is a good idea because, you know, his sideburns are legendary. I'm gonna have to vacuum. And honestly, I need to clean the floors in here. They're kind of like, before I moved in, it was basically a garage. And the guy who owns this area, like cleared it out to make it into a studio space. So like the floors never really got fully cleaned. So I kind of need to do that at some point, but I hate cleaning. Maybe if I spread this out a little, looking a little bit too. I like this. It's cool as fuck. I mean, the black jewels are giving me life. Like, I never really thought I would be this into black jewels, but I'm into it. I am fully into it. Gotta love Elmer's glue. But I love horror movies because we all need a way to unleash our horror. Okay, how do I get this to stay? Gosh darn it. Okay, there we go. That might be too many on that side. That looks good. Kind of rearranging them. Okay. I almost feel like it doesn't make a ton of sense to have those there because it's on the other side. It wouldn't be catching that much light, technically. Maybe just having fewer jewels. I mean, I think that could work. Just, I don't know. Something about it, it just feels off. That looks better. Like this one, I feel like they need to be on this eyebrow instead, where it would technically, I think, be catching the light. I mean, that looks better. It's less like lined up in a row. All right, let's get the yellow ones again. But then I gotta wrap it up. Okay, I think it would look nice to have one on his lip. Just a small one. Ah, I dropped it. I'm telling you, this is tedious. Tedious. Okay, where did it go? Okay. Ah, no, dang it. I flipped over backwards. I gotta wipe the glue off the top. Okay, that looks good. It almost makes me feel like it needs another one next to it. Maybe I should put it somewhere else. I'm not feeling it. That might be a better spot. It almost just reads as a mole. Maybe on his nose. I'll think about it later. Now I'm starting to second guess putting it around his lips. Maybe, what if I put it around his eyes? More jewels. I mean, okay, that works. I low-key like that. Yeah, that makes more sense. It just weirdly does. Maybe some pink ones in here. Just a few. Okay. That looks nice. Okay, maybe one more. Here, I'll put it in there and then spread it out a little. All right. It's starting to get noisy, so I'm gonna head off. But I got a lot done. I feel good about this. I'm almost done, like literally so close to being done, and I'm happy with the way it looks. So, yeah. We'll see if I can get it done in the next few days. Thanks for watching. Love you. Hi. How's it going? Okay. I gave it some thought. I think I'm done with this painting. I have been looking at it. Of course, there are things I could change, but I think it looks really good. After I was done recording the other day, was it yesterday? Anyways, I removed a few of the jewels on the face because I felt like they were getting a bit distracting. And I limited the jewels to what we have here. I'll show you an up-close picture of it so you can see. It's like getting dark outside. I have my lights on at the moment. If you want me to do a full-on ASMR video at nighttime, let me know. It'll give it dark ambiance. But I have to keep my painting lit at the very least. But I'm really, really happy with the way this turned out. I think it's a good balance between impressionism, realism, me because of the texture and the colors. I'm really, really happy with it, honestly. And I truly can't believe that I'm done. Finally. It's kind of anticlimactic. That's why yesterday, I can't remember if it was yesterday or not, but whenever I was working on it, I was like, there's no way I'm done with this. And I was just like, I guess I technically wasn't, because I removed a few jewels, but I don't really think there's anything else I can do to it. I mean, technically I could refine a few things here and there, add a few things, but I kind of like the messiness of it. So, yeah. I usually like to show a close-up version of this in this front camera. Actually come closer so you can see the texture. Velvet. And from afar, it looks pretty normal, and then you see, okay, it's got glitter. It's got quite a few different things happening to it. Anyway, I have to go now. I'm actually recording music this weekend. I can't wait to get it out to you. And, yeah, I'll see you later, okay? Mwah.